What? Okay. Let's see. Let's get this off the screen. Hello. Good morning. Okay. All right. Let's get started. Okay. All right. First things first, we're going to clean off our wheel head here. Get it ready for putting our pieces on there and getting them stuck down. Okay. Got our first little mug here. We're going to get it stuck down and get it trimmed. Get it trimmed and then get the handle on. Yeah. I tried some new Techers where I've been leaving just like a wet paper towel in the bag with the mug while it's wrapped up, waiting to be trimmed. Hopefully it softened these up a little bit, because yesterday when I was trying to trim them, they were still a bit tougher than I would have liked them to be. A bit too dry. So hopefully they're a little more soft now. A little softer. Hopefully a little easier to work with. We shall see what happens. My little clay pats are a little dry. I'm gonna have to try to get some more moisture worked into those. But hopefully they'll be good enough for now. Let's see. Okay, we're pretty well centered right off the bat. Got those on. Let's see how it goes. We might need to re-stick it just slightly to make sure that these clay pats are holding on well enough. Let's see, if it goes flying off the wheel head, then we'll know that we need to re-stick it. Well, the mug is definitely a bit softer than it they were yesterday, so I think the paper towel is helping out. Let's see what the bottom's like, yeah? Okay. Bottom's definitely a lot nicer, a lot softer. I didn't put that much water in those paper towels. They weren't like sopping wet when they went in. Just made sure that they were nice and thoroughly soaked. So maybe that's like the cheat code. Carolyn, over on YouTube, hello! You're over on YouTube today rather than on Twitch. Heck yeah, very cool. I'm glad that it's working over there. I'm hoping that by trying out the multi-stream, I can maybe reach more people. I've also got it set up. It should be live on like the YouTube Shorts also, so hopefully we're reaching people through there. And then I've been making little clips for the social medias on the Shorts and also on like Instagram Reels and TikTok and whatnot, so I'm doing what I can to try to reach more people. Hopefully try to get some more people in chat than just you and the other like 2 or 3 that are always in there. Try to get some more engagement going. Try to make more friends. More friends, new friends. Going live on TikTok might work to get people over, though that is another chat to monitor while you're also trying to work. That would be kind of tough. I did think about it. I definitely could. The tough thing with TikTok is they have a lot stricter. They're a lot stricter when it comes to their, like, what they allow on live streams. I did try to go live on TikTok before I decided to focus mainly on Twitch. And even just like taking a drink from my cup on stream is enough to get you like temporarily like shadow banned, they call it, whatever. Because they have like an AI tool that monitors all the live streams and everything, and it always errs on the side of caution. So like if you take a drink from a cup, it'll automatically err on the side of it possibly being like alcohol or something like that. And so it's just kind of tough. I found that it was really tough to like try to abide to all of their rules and stuff. I have thought about it though. I would maybe need to get like a bigger monitor. That way I would have more real estate to have more chats and stuff up on the screen at once. We'll see. We shall see. You've never wanted to stream on TikTok. People do say there's a lot that will strike you. Yeah, there is. It is unfortunate that they are as strict as they are. I also found that it would like really highly push your live stream for like the first half hour to an hour, and then after that it would just be dead silent. And so it kind of seemed like it would maybe be best to try to build up a following first and then try to start doing live streams, but going straight in with the live streams maybe wouldn't be that ideal. I don't know, we'll see. I'll keep thinking about it. Let's see, let's do number 8. That's kind of a greenish blue mix. Let's see how that goes. See how it looks on this one here. Okay. Nice and flat. Let's try to make sure our cup is nice and circular. Highlights on TikTok should bring folks over. Have you got enough followers to have a link in the bio? I don't know. I don't know what the requirements is to have that link in the bio. But I have been posting highlights and like little clips and stuff on TikTok. I missed yesterday, but I should be getting more edited tonight, hopefully. My wife and I were going on a trip for this next week. We're going on a trip for her commencement because she got her MBA, which is Master's in Business Administration. And we're going on a trip for her commencement. So, I'll be gone the next week again. It feels kind of bad because I didn't stream at all last week, but that should be the last time that I'm like gone for a while. I should be really consistent after that. But we'll see. I'll try to get some shorts edited tonight if I have time before we leave. And if not, then I'll definitely do it while we're like on layover at the airports or just chilling at the hotel at night, whatever. You will find me and add one to the follow list. Heck yeah, thank you. That sounds pretty cool. I didn't know that you could do that. Super cool. I appreciate it. We're just Stitch and Stone Studio over there. Same as everything else. Okay. This handle is far too long. Without doxing yourselves, is it a city trip? It is. We're going to New Orleans. I don't really, I'm not too worried about doxing myself or nothing, so no worries. We're going to New Orleans, Louisiana. By that I meant you will follow me. Hell yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it. Every little bit helps. Okay, our handle's a bit long. Trim it up, make it a bit shorter here. Okay. That one's looking a bit better. It's maybe still just a little too long, so I'll trim just a little bit more off. It's kind of tough. You want to definitely go a little bit at a time, because as soon as you make it too short, you can't make it any longer. So always got to go nice and steady with it. That looks pretty good to me, though. Let's get it marked and get it stuck on. You bet that New Orleans is beautiful in the spring? I sure hope so. We were looking at the weather, and it might be raining the entire time that we're there. But we're still going to try to make the most of it. While it might be rainy, hopefully it's not like constantly downpouring or anything like that. We shall see. Okay. Got our shallower scores. Let's get our deeper big one here. Okay, slip time. It should be pretty though. I would imagine that by now, like, the flowers are starting to come up. Their trees probably have their leaves and everything by now. Ours are still a little behind. It's been kind of cold. The weather here has been a bit silly. It's been like really warm and then really cold and then really warm. And I think the plants are a bit confused. It's going to do the same thing over this next week too, from hot to cold, like 70 Fahrenheit down to like 30s, 40s Fahrenheit. So things are a bit confusing at the moment. Hopefully theirs has been nicer. Right, nearly finished with the slip here. Boom. Are we going to check out the nightlife, the food, or the history? We're going to do a little of all three. My wife and I were not like that interested in the nightlife kind of thing. We never really have been. And so we're focusing more on the food and like the culture. So we're gonna go to some like really popular restaurants down there, restaurants that people like really highly recommend, that have like really great local cuisine. So we're gonna do that. We're pretty excited for it. And then we're going on some different tours of the area. So hopefully we'll get to learn a lot about it. About the past, its history, its future, all that kind of good stuff. See some cool things. Yeah. We're not really that big into nightlife, even here at home. We don't normally go out to like bars and that sort of thing. The only time we ever do is if our friends invite us and we're feeling up to it. We're definitely a lot more of just like to chill. We really prefer like a laid back environment. Going over to friends, maybe playing some cards, some board games, just sitting and talking, that sort of thing. Nice. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Should be pretty cool. We're looking forward to it. This is the first trip that we don't have to leave super early in the morning, so we still get to like sleep in a little bit tomorrow and then take our time getting to the airport and everything. So it's kind of nice. Usually we have to get up super early in order to make our flight. But not this time. Okay. Doing our final touches on the handle here, just getting into some tough to reach spots. And I think we might be done now. Okay. There we go. Try to push it in just a little bit without ruining anything. It was maybe looking a bit sharp. There we go. Now it looks a bit nicer. Ta-da! Tend not to go out much. Very much more of a homebody. Yeah. Same. We like to just chill and relax. We don't mind going to like friends' houses and hanging out there with them, but anything other than that, we're usually not crazy interested in. Okay. Even if you do go out, you prefer a quiet pub where you can chat or hanging with folks at home? Hell yeah. That is my kind of place. That is my idea of a good time. I don't mind going to like a club and like dancing and that sort of thing, but I just very much prefer doing something else. Okay. Work our pats a little bit, try to get some moisture into them, and then we'll get going with trimming this one. How's work going today? I'm assuming that you're working right now. You used to go out to clubs when you were younger. Probably went out too much and you've got it all out of your system. Hell yeah, same. It is interesting how interests change over time, isn't it? Back then, that was like the thing to do, and then you get older and it's like, whatever, you know? Okay. Just trying to eyeball it here. I think we're pretty close to being centered. We'll see. Working at the moment. Got me up on the work screen so it's easier to type comments. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's super cool that you're always tuning in during work. I'm glad that you're not all that busy so that you can do a little something extra on the side. It's going okay. You had some issues this morning that you had to attend very quickly. But so far this PM has been okay. Touch wood or knock on wood. Heck yeah. I'm always saying that. My wife is always jinxing us, and I have to try to knock on wood to prevent it. Okay. A little bit off. Let's try to correct it quick. Let's see. Oh yeah. Much better. Usually have something playing while working, so it's nice when there's somebody streaming with some nice quiet ambience on and a bit of chatting. Hell yeah. There's very much what I'm going for, so I'm hoping that you're liking it. I'm glad that you're liking it. I'm not a very like high energy person, so I don't think I'll ever do like a high energy stream unless I'm like very tired and in turn very hyper. Well, that's not really my kind of thing. Okay, I think we're good. Let's get going here. Okay. Let's get on the side. We'll switch over and start working on the bottom. Okay. Hell yeah. Bottom's looking good. We'll start carving out our foot. Okay, go just a little bit deeper here. Okay. That seems good to me. We'll define our foot, and then we should be done with it. I think I'll actually go a little bit deeper than that. Maybe I'm pushing my luck, but we'll see. Okay. Seems good to me. Get all these little pats taken off. And they're a little bit dry. Let's try to flatten them out a bit. Do I ever make things like plant pots for my wife's plants? Yeah, I've made quite a few pots for her. I've just been focusing more on like mugs right now. Doing a lot of mugs. Because that's kind of what we're going to try to focus primarily on for like selling stuff at shows, because mugs are just such a popular item. So many people are a lot of people are more willing to spend their money on mugs rather than anything else, for whatever the reason might be. So that's sort of what I've been paying the most attention to lately. But yeah, I've done plenty of plant pots and other little less popular things in the past. I've made like little decorations for her plants and her garden and stuff. I made a set of a few little frogs, and I made some little mushroom guys that she put around her plants. They're pretty cute. Okay. Let's first make sure that it's flat. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're good. Let's get our rim back to being circular, since it gets a little distorted sometimes. Seems pretty good to me. Now what color should we make this one, huh? Plant pots are pretty fun though. There's a lot of time, usually I just make like a bowl and then I put a little hole in the bottom for the water to drain out. So they're pretty quick, pretty easy to make. Very fun. Let's Let's see. Let's go with cobalt blue on this one. It's a nice dark blue. Oops. Okay, we got that. Flip it over. Now let's pick out a handle. Nice, hell yeah. Most recently I made a little, I called it a toad hut, because she's had a toad that's been living in her garden. She sees him like really often, always in the same spots. And so I made like a little hut for him to live in. And I carved out like a little worm on the front of it for him. It was pretty silly. I hope he likes it. Okay. This handle's really messy. Just trying to clean up some of this extra clay that's stuck to it. Okay. Seems good. We'll smooth it out. Okay. Should be good to go now. Oh yeah. It's way too big as it is. Let's trim it up. The fanciest toad in town. Hell yeah. I guarantee he's got the nicest house out of any toad in the neighborhood. A little long still. Shorten it up just a bit. Let's see how that looks. Oh yeah, that's quite a bit better. Looks pretty good. Let's get it marked. Get it stuck on. glad that work's going well today for you, though. My wife's got another interview today. She had one on Monday, and she's got another one today. Hopefully it goes well. Okay. Got our scores made. Let's grab our salute. Good luck to her. Hell yeah. I have faith. I have faith in her. Like I said before, she doesn't really do great talking about herself, but she's definitely been working on it, and she's gotten a lot better. She's gotten a lot more confident in herself over the last couple of years, so... Okay. Nice and slippy. Let's get it stucky. On the plus side, at least she won't have to do it a lot, a couple of interviews, and then she can retreat to the safety of not having to speak about her self-loads. Hopefully. That is the goal. We're very hopeful for these last couple of interviews that she's had. One of them asked her to do a second interview. That'll be sometime next week. And then this is the first interview for this position at this company, so we're very hopeful for him. They've been going well for her now that she has gotten a couple interviews. It kind of seems like getting the interview in the first place is like the toughest bit. Because she's been applying to a lot of jobs. And these are the first couple of companies that have actually reached out and offered her any forward progress. So we got some high hopes. I have faith. Out of curiosity, when I went live on YouTube, did you get a notification from YouTube saying that I went live? I'm still new to this whole thing, so I don't really know how it works. Like if you're subscribed, I wonder if it just automatically sends out a notification or not. Or maybe you have to tick that little bell thingy in order to be notified. We got it pretty well stuck on here. Just clean it up a little bit here and there. You think it did. You know you got one for Twitch. Okay, okay. You will see if you can tell in your settings what notifications you got. Okay, very cool. I appreciate it. Okay, this one's looking pretty good. I'll have to switch over to my tool now since I can't really get my fingers in here very well. There we go. A little more on this side. Boom. Ought to be good. Looks good to me. There's another mug done. Let's get it wrapped up, let it dry. Yes, you did get a notification from YouTube, but you don't have the bell on for our channel, so I'm not sure what the criteria are. I know that I sometimes get notifications for channels you are subscribed to, even though you don't have the bell on. Wait, that was a lie. I did have notifications on. Okay, cool. I appreciate you checking that out for me. I was just kind of curious. Still figuring this whole thing out. There's a lot to learn. It's a little lame that YouTube doesn't have alerts like Twitch does. How like when people follow, it'll pop up and make a little sound and it shows up in the activity feed and whatnot. YouTube doesn't have that. On their live thing, on their like live dashboard, they only have the chat and like your stream summary. But they don't have anything for like alerts or nothing. So if people subscribe because of the live stream, I have no idea. I can't give them a shout out, which is a bit stinky. You're happy to help. Heck yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Talking about YouTube and like content creation, that sort of thing. How long have you been making videos for your YouTube channel? I'm pretty sure that I subscribe to it. If I haven't, then I will make sure that I will. I'm sure my wife would love to watch your videos. I suppose that's because not all subs will be because of the live stream. Then again, they could definitely make it a thing that pops up if they subscribe while watching the live stream. That's what I'm saying. I'm surprised that that's not a thing. I don't know. I'm really surprised that's not a thing. Google, with all their money, you would think that they would be able to do something like that. But I guess not. Okay. Okay, let's take it in a little bit more. Okay, that seems good. Switch and carve out the bottom. Okay. Nice and flat. Start carving it out. Okay. You started your channel a while ago, but removed or privated a lot of older stuff that you weren't happy with. You weren't happy with it as you were at the time. You then picked it up again for monthly craft updates 3 years ago, stopped last year, and then this year you've been releasing a video a week. Heck yeah. That's kind of how it goes. Sometimes, in the moment, you think that you're doing like a really great job with a video. You're like really proud, really happy with it. And then you look back on it a little while later and you're like, huh, this kind of sucks. Maybe not suck, but it's not as good as I remember it being. That's how I feel about some of my other channels that I've had in the past. I look back at some of the videos that I made for those channels and it's like, ooh. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and delete that one. Okay. Nice foot on her. Get it cleaned up, get it stamped. Move on to the handle. Okay. There were a short that you did like, but you took it down because people were being creepy in the comments. Ooh, that's not good. It was a time lapse of growing your hair out from bald after you'd shaved it all off to raise money for a cancer charity there in the UK. Well, that's no good. That sucks that they were being creepy. I imagine that there's that's much more of a problem for women than it is for guys. I haven't had anything like that yet, but I can only imagine how uncomfortable that must make people. People were being super creepy about women with bald heads, and you did not like it. Uh-oh. You accidentally discovered a kink, a niche kink out there. That's no good. The internet is a strange place. That's for sure. Okay. There's a market for that sort of thing, but you're not selling. Hell no. You never kink shame anyone. But go to the places built for that content and leave you out of it. Yeah. I guarantee there's somewhere else out there that is a lot more suited for that. The internet's got something for everyone. Just depends on where it's at. Okay. Still nice and brown. Don't have to worry about that. Let's check to see if we're flat on the bottom. There's a tiny bit of wobble. Let's try to knock it down. Check it now. Still a tiny wobble, but it's not bad enough for me to care. So, let's move on. Let's see. What do we want to do here? Let's see. What color do you want to be? Maybe let's go pink with this one. I don't think I've been doing many pinks, so let's go pink. Number 5. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Pick out a handle. Okay. I like the look of this one, so we'll go with this. I like the look of this one. Give it a quick clean. Seems good. Okay. Okay, all right. Let's trim it up, see how it looks. Yeah, I like the look of that. It's a nice size for the mug. Let's make our marks so we know where to put it. Okay. And then get it scored. Okay, nearly there. Grab our slip. And get it stuck on here. Gotta make sure that we get our slip nice and worked into all these little grooves, all the little scores that we made. That way it's got the best chance as to holding on the handle. If it doesn't hold on our handle, then whoever's drinking out of this, drinking their hot coffee, their hot tea, is gonna have a bad time one day. So, gotta do what we can to avoid that. Everything on the stream seems to be going well today. You love to see it. Yesterday, our internet went out for a moment. Just a couple of minutes, but it was enough to like completely break everything. It was rather unfortunate. Just cleaning up our slip a little here. The handle seems pretty well stuck on. Clean up the slip a little bit, smooth everything out, and then we'll call it done and good. Okay, seems good. Let's see. Get into these hard to reach spots. Alright. I reckon this one's good to go. We'll get it bagged up to dry. That's a nice looking one. That's a nice looking mug. It's got a nice foot on it. Nice handle. Hell yeah. Okay, all right. Do our best to get it centered. But first, let's take a drink. clay pads, go! Little clay pads, go! You stuck! One more. Here we go. And it is stuck. Heck yeah. Oh my goodness, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes. Okay. See how centered we are. Oh yeah, plenty good. Plenty good. You love to see it. Is your tattoo feathers or fur? You can't quite tell. This is fur. It's a lion. I don't know how well you can see it, but this is like the lion's mane goes onto my arm a little bit there. That's okay. There's someone that stopped in. I think it was a comment on one of my shorts on YouTube. Somebody was asking if it was hair, like actual hair from my body that was like growing down my arm and only my arm. It was pretty funny. You see it now? Heck yeah. That's my lion. I got that tattoo. Ooh, a little dry. I got this tattoo maybe 4 or 5 years ago now. Lions are like a symbol of pride. I got it to be like a constant reminder to myself to be proud of myself and to take pride in what I've done and where I've come from. So I've always kind of struggled with my mental health, so sometimes I need a little reminder. Man, this one's really dry. This one's really dry. I think the move is to wrap the bottom in the paper towel. This one had the paper towel on the inside. I just used like more water. I made it more moist. I wanted to see if it would soak from the inside out, so it would maybe be more thorough soaking. But I think the move is definitely to wrap it around the outside, because that's the part that kind of means that's the part that's the most important when it comes to trimming, not the inside. I think that's the move. Okay. That's a lovely meaning. First you gotta dry the wets, then wet the dries. That is how this goes, huh? That is like the most pain in the butt thing about pottery. Is everything needs to be like the perfect moisture level. If it's too wet, you can't work with it. If it's too dry, can't work with it. It's a pain in the butt. I'm glad that you like my tattoo, though. Very cool. Oh yeah. This one's big dry. Definitely gotta wrap the paper towel around the outside next time. This is not very easy to work with. Let's see, let's get a quick spritz. Let that soak in just a second. And I think maybe I'll work with the smaller tool. Trimming, when things are drier, it's always easier to trim it using a smaller tool. If you try to come in with a big tool when it's too dry, it's too much surface area to try to trim away all at once. If you come in with a smaller tool, since it's so much less surface area, it requires a lot less force in order to get the same result. Now it does make it more difficult to get your bottom, the sides, whatever, more flat, more level. However, it's a lot better than struggling with a bigger tool when it's too dry. Now that I've got it carved out for the most part, I'm going to come in just a slightly larger tool and use it to knock down any of the little high spots here and there caused by our little tiny tool that we just used. Now we have a much nicer result than if we only solely use the bigger tools. Boom. Smooth it out, get the handle stuck on, move on. Just try to flatten out the clay used for our clay pats here. Flatten it out quite a bit and get some water sprayed on it so that we can try to work a little more moisture into it. It's starting to dry out a little bit more than what I would like it to be. More surface area means it'll get wet quicker. It's all about the surface area. And using it to your advantage. Manipulating it to your means. Nice and flat, feels good. Let's see, I think this one here is asking to be an orangish red. So we'll hit it with our Misty Sunrise. It's one of the clays that, or one of the glazes that we're still kind of trying to figure out. Haven't really honed this one in yet, but we gotta keep trying with it until we get it right. We've had a lot of trouble with making it consistently food safe so that it doesn't craze and let moisture into the clay underneath. But the only way to get it there is to keep trying. Okay. Let's pick out a hand. It's a bit messy. Let's try to correct that. Okay, all right. Let's see how that looks on here. Actually, it looks really nice right off the bat. We got the shape and the length of the handle. Perfect. Heck yeah. Well, that makes it easy. Let's get it marked and move on. Okay. Next for our slippy. Okay. Seems good. I like this mug quite a bit. I like the curve that it's got to its body. I like the little groove that I trimmed into the bottom there. I like this one a lot. If it turns out nice, heck, maybe I'll keep this one for myself. We'll see. It's always kind of tough. It's always kind of tough because you end up wanting to keep so many of the pieces that you make. But you can't keep them all. Unfortunately. So I'll leave that there. Okay. Bottom seems pretty well stuck on. Let's work on the top a bit more. Seems good. We'll go ahead, smooth it on all out. There's always so many little tiny imperfections that I've got to stop myself from. I've got to stop myself from trying to correct them, or else I'll be here all day working on a single mug. It is one of the many struggles when it comes to making things. Making anything, really. You've got to stop yourself from doing that. Okay, all right. Okay, let's move on. Start smoothing out these tough to reach spots. And then we'll be done. Alright, there's that one done. It's got a nice foot, nice handle. I carved a little groove into the bottom for something extra. I think the curve, the handle matches the mug really well. And it all looks really nice together. Heck yeah. So let's call it done. Move on to the next one. Clean out our sponge just a little bit. Getting a bit messy there. Okay. Nice. My goodness. Okay. Okay, on to the next one. Frame still seems to be going good. Heck yeah. Our little pets are at a really nice consistency now. Dare I say, the perfect consistency. Not too soft, not too hard. But just right, in that Goldilocks zone. Okay, Just getting them nice and stuck down, and then we will start to trim. Start to trim. This is a very important step. If it's not, if your little clay pads don't have a good enough grip on it, good enough grip on your piece, then it's gonna come loose, start slipping and sliding, and you're gonna have a bad time. And we don't want to have a bad time. Only good times. Seems good. Let's move on to the bottom. Maybe a slight, or maybe a little off center. But it should be fine. I'm going to try to fight through it. It doesn't seem to be too bad. Okay. Okay, alright. We've got bottom nice and flat. Start carving out our foot. This mug really is like the perfect consistency. It's just soft enough, but not too soft. Perfect. You love to see it. Just gonna go back in with the little tiny guy here. Make our foot just a little bit more defined. We're calling it good and moving on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's really nice. That one's got a pretty good wobble to it still. We'll have to try to knock that down. Looking good, thank you. Heck yeah, this one's going pretty well. It's got a slight wobble to it on the bottom there, so we gotta try and knock that down a bit more, but other than that, not too shabby. Let's see how that looks. Other than that slight wobble, this one was about perfect. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She's nice and flat now. We're good. Okay. Let's see. What color do we not have a lot of? Let's go maybe one of the blurple. I've been doing a lot of the purple by mixing the blue and the pink together, but not very many of just the straight blurple, which is like a bluish purple. So let's try that on this one, shall we? Okay. This handle's looking a bit rough. Instead of trying to clean that one up, I'm just going to get a different one, I think. It'll be a bit easier. Save us some trouble. Okay. Okay, all right. This one's looking pretty good now. Just giving it a little extra TLC here and there. But for the most part, that one's good to go. Okay, let's cut it right about here at first. See how that looks. That's pretty nice. It's a good size, good shape for the mug. Yeah, okay. Nice. Things have been a bit quiet over on Twitch these last couple of days. I'm kind of surprised. But no matter. I'll have to look back into I'll have to look into streaming on TikTok again. Because the other thing I think was that you couldn't live stream on TikTok unless you got like a certain number of followers. I think like 1,000 it is by default, which that can be, you can work around that by like linking like other social media to like show that you have like a bigger following somewhere else. So that's an option. But then even then, they're really difficult about giving out a stream key. I don't think they usually give a stream key unless you're like a big unless you have a big following. So that would be another thing to try to get past. There's like other like softwares and stuff out there. Like Restream is one of them that can help you to bypass that, but we'll see. I'll have to look back into it. See if we can get past that somehow. Because I'd really prefer just everything to be in OBS like it is now. I don't really want to like have to set up like my phone in addition to all of the other cameras and computer and software and everything that I've already got going on. But I guess maybe that's what I'll have to do. We'll see. Keep getting notifications from TikTok inviting you to stream and sell things, but you don't want to do that. Understandable. TikTok's kind of strange. TikTok is a strange place. I was streaming on TikTok for a little while on one of my other accounts before my wife and I settled on the Stitch and Stone. And definitely seems like the demographic over there is a lot of younger people, like a lot of teens. So like I was having a lot of like teenage kids pop in and like talking about like Fortnite and Roblox and stuff while I'm like trying to make pottery. So I don't know if it'll be a good outlet anyways. We'll see. It is interesting that you can like sell stuff on TikTok. I know there's quite a few like other platforms that sort of thing is really popular on, like live streaming your products and like trying to sell them in real time. eBay has started doing that too, where sellers can go live and advertise their products and stuff. It's a bit strange in my opinion. It's almost like going back to the times where you would like there would be like marketing channel on your TV where it's just nothing but infomercials and like live marketers trying to get you to call in and sell you stuff. It's kind of interesting that selling platforms are like almost going back to that. Most people you see doing both have a phone to stream TikTok to tell people to come over to Twitch. Yeah, that could work too. I've read their like terms and conditions and that sort of thing, not like in depth or anything like that, but it does say that they will crack down and ban you if you're like actively trying to get people to move over to like a different platform. Maybe they're not like maybe they're not like actively banning people for that sort of thing, but if they catch wind of you doing it, then it's likely that you might get banned. So heck, I don't know, we'll see. Based on what I've read, that's sort of the deal with all of the streaming platforms. As long as you're not like actively trying to get people to move over to a different platform, then they don't care if you're multicasting or simulcasting. In the past, they were a lot more strict about it. About how if you were, let's say, like live on Twitch, then you couldn't be live anywhere else, and if you were, then they could ban you. But it seems like they've loosened up on it a little bit over the years, so that's good. That's good at least. I guess if I maybe just like have something on the side that's like indicating that I'm also live on YouTube and Twitch, then I wonder if they would count that against me or not. Like maybe that's a way that I can get people to migrate over without like actively telling them to do it, you know? If I just make it known that I am other places also. Maybe that's the route to go, you know? That's what I've been doing in some of my shorts and stuff, just having like the YouTube and TikTok or the YouTube and Twitch logos on the side. Just to make it known. There we go. Got that handle on there. It's nice and straight. It's a nice size for the mug. Looks pretty good. Let's grab our next one. I started a bit late today, so I think that I'll do this next one. Trim up this next mug, get the handle on it, and then maybe short break for lunch. They probably wouldn't like it. Worth a try, though. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm thinking. It's worth a try. If I get banned or temporarily banned, it's kind of whatever. You decided to upload that short that you took down, you will just turn off the comments if you get creeps back in again. That is maybe the best route to go. That way you at least get like the traffic from it, but at least you won't get creeped out. Hopefully the best of both. just knocked my nice soft clay into all my dry trimmings. Heck. Heck. Maybe if you get a bunch of creeps coming in, then you can, maybe just, like, upload that video on one of the, like, adult-only sites or something. At least then you'll get, like, a little action out of it, maybe. It's kind of funny. There's a lot of people that do that sort of thing where they upload their, like, Let's Plays and, like, other videos on, like, adult-only sites because the revenue margins are so much higher. So even though there's no, like, adult content in it, they still get views and traction, and they still get really nice revenue, like ad revenue and that sort of thing. It's kind of silly. I'm surprised that those kind of sites aren't against that. Maybe they are, and I just don't know about it. That's crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of people who do it. If you go onto like any of those sites and you just look up like Let's Play, you'll find like a bunch of people uploading their Let's Plays and stuff to it. Just completely unrelated content, but the opportunity to make money is so much higher over there. Okay. Trim this one, get its handle on, break for lunch. Okay. Side looks good, got a nice curve to it. Let's work on the bottom now. This one's nice and soft. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. Whoa. Getting nice long trimmings off of this one. It's one of the indicators that it's at a good moisture level. Okay. That one went really well. Heck yeah. Get some of this dry clay off of here. Grab our pats. Boom, boom, boom. They're a little dry now, so hit them with some water, and we'll work on our handle. Okay, all right. See how flat we are first and fix this distortion in the rim here. Sometimes the pats push in a little too hard and it throws off the circularness of your rim. So you need to just spend a little bit of time to correct it. Okay, that looks pretty good. And we're nice and flat also. Feels good. Let's see. Let's go with number 14. It's a nice mix between the misty morning and the misty forest. It's a nice combination. There we go. Okay. Still nice and flat. Feels good. Slip. Handle. Let's clean it up. Okay. That seems good. Right there. Seems good, looks good, feels good. Okay. Getting it nice and scored here. Do the same to our handle. Okay. Slip on the top. We'll get some slip on the bottom here. Do a little bit more on the top. It's a little dry. Now let's tend to our handle. Make sure that we work it into all the little grooves, all the little nooks and crannies. Okay. On to the fun part. It's nice and stuck on. We're a little crooked maybe. Let's try to fix that. Just push it a little to the side. Not too far, but just enough. There we go. Seems good. Let's work on getting it cleaned up now. Okay. This one's cleaning up real nice. I'll be done with it in no time. We're going at a good pace today, getting a lot done in a good amount of time. After this mug, I believe we've got only 4 or 5 more mugs to get the handle stuck on, and then can move on to waxing all of the pieces that have been bisqued, which is the final step before glazing. We won't get to glazing today, unfortunately. I was hoping we might, but just not moving along quick enough for that. We'll get all wax put on the bottom. It can dry well. My wife and I are on our trip, and then as soon as we come back, can jump straight into that. Just coming in, cleaning up this last little bit of slip. Okay. There we go. There we are. I really like that one. Turned out really nice. That is a nice handle for this mug. Heck yeah. And we've got 4 more mugs to do. Gotta trim them, get their handles on, and then move on to waxing, which should be pretty fun. Waxing's always pretty quick, pretty fun to do. Oh. But before that, before we get into any of that, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be gone for only like maybe 5-10 minutes, and I'll be right back with my lunch. Get a date, and we'll keep going. Alright. So I'll be back. If I don't see you, if you're gone when I come back, then I hope that you have a great day. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. It's gone a little bit longer than I thought I would be. Had to talk to my wife a bit. Okay. Boom. Back. Hello. Okay. When my lunch cools down, I'm going to grab the next mug and keep working on that. Okay. Let's get a little pants stuck on here. First one on, let's go for the second. Okay, second on, let's go for a third. And it looks like we should be pretty close to center right off the bat. Let's test it. Could maybe be a little bit better than that. Not like a lot of bit better, but a little bit better. That almost feels worse. What the heck? How about that? Sometimes it's a lot of trial and error. That looks way better. And it feels way better. Heck yeah. Nice. We got there. Just took some doing. bring the side in a little bit more. Spend a little bit more time trying to match the curvature of the side of the mug with what we're trimming here. Ooh, look at those nice long strips coming off. That is exactly what you want to see. Okay, I'm pretty close with being finished with carving out the bottom of this one. And then we'll define the foot, clean it up. Move on to our handle. Okay. It's pretty good. Okay. Looks good. You're over here now. You're going to report those comments from bots. Hell yeah, get them. Get them, Carolyn. You can be my moderator. You're the channel mod now, Carolyn. It's up to you. Okay. Nice and flat. Right off the bat. You can't remove them. Hey, no worries. Reporting is enough. I just ignore them. Whenever I see that kind of stuff pop up, I just ignore it. Doesn't bother me. No biggie. Does make you wonder how many people use those, though. How many people become big? How many people become big and popular from ill-gotten gains? A lot, I'm sure. An unfortunate amount. What you can do is make chat followers only, or see if there's a minimum watch time setting for chat. Okay, interesting. I just got rated by somebody. That's cool. Leo Thora rated with 6 people. Oh my goodness, Leo Thora, hello. Thank you. I appreciate the raid. And Fancy Pudding coming in. Hello. And Samson Glass too. Oh my goodness, everyone's here. What the heck? Let's pick out a handle for our mug and get it stuck on, huh? Not that one. I don't like that one. Let's use this one. Not that one. I don't like that one either. What about one from here? Wiggy241. Hey, y'all. Hello. Let's see. Samson Glass. Hello. Welcome in. And we've got Bear in the Garden. Hello. Oh my goodness. The chat is popping off. This is crazy. Huge shout out to you, Leo Thora. I will be sure to follow you once I finish up with the stream today. I really appreciate it. Okay, this is the handle that we're going to use for this mug here. It's a little long, so we're going to get it trimmed up. Get it trimmed up and get it shaped for our mug here. Let's see. Samson rated you just as you were ending. Well, it kind of worked out then, huh? Fancy Pudding, salutations, friend. What am I up to today? I am up to trimming and attaching handles to my mugs. After I finish up with this, I am going to be waxing the bottom of some of our pieces that I bisqued the other day in our kiln. This handle's pretty close to being what we want. So waxing the bottom, getting them ready to be dipped into our glazes. And then, after that, heck, I don't know. I'm not really sure. But as for right now, that's what I've got going on. Okay. That handle looks pretty good for this mug now. We'll mark it and get it stuck on. Welcome in, everybody. Y'all came to say hi? Hell yeah. Very cool. I appreciate it. That's the first time I've been rated. So that's exciting. I wasn't really sure what would happen. So that's pretty cool. Okay, let's get this scored. You gotta go walk and get you a hot dog. Oh my goodness. What are you getting on your hot dog? But you'll leave the stream up and lurk until you get back with your hot dog. Heck yeah. I am glad that you're gonna be lurking. Maybe you'll even become a regular. How cool would that be? I hope your hot dog is delicious. Who doesn't like a good hot dog, huh? Leo Thor thinks it's exciting? Heck yeah. Big excite. Super cool. Let's grab our slip here. Grab a little bit. Start getting it on our mug. Work it into all of our grooves, all of our little scores that we just made. That way the mug sticks, or that way our handle sticks to the mug nice and well. It doesn't break off while somebody's drinking hot coffee, because that would be no good. Very exciting. That is awesome. What slip is the mug made of? So this mug isn't made from slip at all, actually. I threw it by hand on the wheel, but the clay body that it's made from is a stoneware clay. This is my white buff. This is my white buff clay. It's one of the 2 main stoneware clays that I use. This is my white buff, and then I have another stoneware clay that I use a lot, which is my speckled tan, which is sort of a brown. Let's see. Sort of a brownish color like this one. You can see this one's a lot more gray, a lot lighter than this one is. But this one's cool because it's got little flecks of glaze mixed in throughout it. And so after you glaze it and glaze fire it, those little flakes melt and they mix into your glaze, whatever glaze that you put over top of your piece, and it makes a nice speckly pattern. Looks super cool when it's finished. Let's see, first time you were rated, you were so excited you accidentally kicked the power out of your computer. Oh no. I guess that put a quick end to that raid, huh? Lucky for me, my computer's in the other room. The room right next to this one, so I can't kick it even if I wanted to. It sounds very pretty. It is. Some of my favorite glazes to use with the speckled tan are my ivory. The ivory is really pretty. The ivory is like a white glaze. It's a nice white, but then the little dark flecks of glaze in the speckled tan like mix with it, and it makes it flow a little bit too. Ends up looking really pretty when it's finished. Okay, I'm just going in with my tool here since I can't get into these tight spots with my fingies anymore. Well, Thor, what do you stream on here? What were you doing before you raided? Are you also an artist? Do you do stuff in the makers and crafting category also, or do you stream something else? Okay, there we go. Just a couple of rougher spots here and there, but I don't really mind that. Adds a little bit of character. What's a hand-built piece without a little character, huh? It didn't go well. I can imagine that it didn't. That is unfortunate. That is really unfortunate for that to have happened. You make glass beads in a process called lamp-worked glass. Whoa, that's cool. Very cool. What can you use those beads for after you make them? Is there anything else that you make other than just the beads? You had no idea what the name of it was? Well, now you know. Super cool. I love watching glass working. My wife and I, we go to the Renaissance Festival here in Ohio at least once every year. And watching the glass working is always one of my absolute favorites. Okay. This mug's all finished. We got the handle on, foot carved out. Looks pretty good. Let's get it bagged up, start letting it dry. gonna grab our next one here. You make jewelry from the beads. Okay. Very cool. My grandmother, when she was still alive, she made all kinds of jewelry. So that's really cool. I'll have to come check it out sometime. See what you make in action. How cool would that be? Okay. Gonna take our clay pats here. Knead them just slightly. Get them ready to use again. That is super cool. I love watching glassworking stuff. It's always, it kind of blows my mind watching people do stuff like that, because I feel like you have so much less control over it than you do in a lot of other styles of art. Like when it comes to painting, you can control the brush relatively easily to make it do what you want, but when it comes to like the glass, like, I feel like it's gotta be a lot more difficult to work with than most other mediums. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Get our little pat stuck on here. And then we will check to see if we're centered or not. When you learn how to use gravity to your advantage, that helps. I can imagine. Have you ever done like glass blowing? Anything like that before? 'Cause that would be really cool to watch. There's one booth in particular at the Renaissance Fair that I really like to watch. They always have live demonstrations going on. And this guy makes like little glass dragons and like other little animals that are only about this big, but there's always so much detail in them. It blows my mind that they can get so much detail and be so precise with their movements on something that seems so difficult to work with. Glass blowing is actually how you started. Okay, that's cool. So you just ended up liking working with the beads and the jewelry more than glass blowing itself. You've sort of moved on to something else that you liked more. Okay. Got this one in place. It's nice and centered, so let's start trimming it up. You trained as a excuse me. You trained as a glass blower. Did that for a while. Health issues got in the way. Oh no! So now you work in a fused glass studio for your day job, and you do lamp working in your garage. Oh no, that sucks. What happened? What happened with your health that caused you to have to take on something else? Was it maybe like asthma related? Something like that? I can imagine glass blowing would be really difficult for people who have difficulties with breathing. I am glad that you found something else, some other way that you can work with glass to avoid those issues with your health, though. Gotta be thankful for that, right? You adored glass blowing, unfortunately. That does suck. That sucks that you weren't able to keep pursuing that, but glad to hear that you were able to find some other way to still work with glass while managing those health issues. Sometimes the things we love hurt us. Ain't that the truth? It's always food for me. You have a condition called hypermobility spectrum disorder. Your joints are loose and you kept injuring yourself. Oh no. That's no good. In what ways is the lamp working different that makes it easier for you to work with the glass as opposed to glass blowing? In what ways are they different so that you can keep doing it? Very grateful for glass still being in your life. Absolutely. You see that a lot with pottery. People who are potters, typically as they get older and their hands become less and less capable of working on stuff, they transition from like throwing on the wheel to doing more just by like hand building, more like slab work and that sort of thing, because it's easier for them with the decreased dexterity in their hands. It's unfortunate that you can't do the thing that you love the most, but good to still have some way of experiencing it. Okay. All finished. We'll get the handle on, and then we'll be completely finished with this mug. It's much smaller, lighter, and you can do it sitting down. Hey, that's nice. That's a nice perk of it, huh? Any kind of art and craft that you can do while sitting is going to be a lot easier to manage long term. It's part of why I like pottery, because I have a lot of issues with my knees and my back. Okay. Nice foot on the bottom of that one there. Now to decide what color we need to glaze it. What color we should glaze it. I'm thinking maybe a nice deep blue on this one. Nice deep blue. When it comes to glazing pieces made in my white buff, I like to more. I'm getting all mixed up. I like to stick more to like solid colors rather than mixing colors together, because since it doesn't have the little flecks of glaze in it like the speckled tan does, they don't mix together as well. Could counteract that by using something like flux, which would force the glaze to flow more, but this is a little easier to go about it. Okay. Got our little ID numbers stamped in the bottom there. A little number 4. Let's check to see if we're level. Level enough. There's maybe a little tiny wobble, but I don't think anyone will notice. And I'm sure none of you will tell anybody, so we should be good. Okay. Nice. Let's pick our handle. This one looks good to me. It's a little rough from when we first extruded it with our little hand extruder, but can get it cleaned up pretty quickly, pretty easily. Just like that. Okay. This handle is really nice. It's got little ridges in it. Should look pretty good. We won't say. Heck yeah, I knew I could trust you. I knew I could trust you ever since all those minutes ago. When I first saw that raid come in, I knew. See how long that is, if it's going to be a nice length, or if we need to go a bit shorter. I think that should work out pretty well. That's a nice size. We can get a nice curve in there. It's maybe sitting a little proud of the rim, so we maybe need to drop it down just slightly, but not a big deal. Let's go ahead and get it marked. And now, get it scored. A little scoring tool is almost like a teeny tiny little rake that we just drag over the surface of our clay, and it roughs it up, puts little tiny grooves into it. Gives the slip a little something extra to grab onto. Okay. Scored both of our handle in our mug. Do a couple deeper cuts here. Do you maybe have like an Instagram or somewhere that you just post like pictures of your jewelry and stuff that you make that people can go and check out? I'm sure Carolyn would probably be interested in it. Okay, grab our slip. We'll get it stuck on. little bit on our mug there. Make sure that we work it in, get into all those little grooves that we just made. All those little nooks and crannies. And do the same. We'll do the same to our handle. You do? Heck yeah. Oh, your name's just Lethora over there too. Nice. That makes it easy, huh? Super cool. I'll have to go and check that out. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm all finished with today's stream. I'll go and follow you back. Okay. Got them both slipped up now. Pottery is one of the few things where it's okay to slip up. It's a good thing to slip up. Okay. Top seems to be stuck on pretty well. Let's work on the bottom now. You would forget if it was in under a different name in all the different places. Yeah, it was kind of how my wife and I went about making all of our social media for Stitch and Stone. He just made it Stitch and Stone everywhere. There's a couple that are like a little bit different. There's one that's like studio.stitchandstone. I think that might be Instagram because somebody already took Stitch and Stone Studio. But I think everywhere else is exactly the same as it is on here, which thankfully we didn't need to use a bunch of different usernames. That's always the worst, isn't it? And you go to make a username somewhere and it's already taken. It's like, but that's mine. That's my name. Who the heck else out there has my name? Jokes like that happen a lot in your stream. You'd fit right in perfect. Heck yeah. That is good news. Okay. Use our little hand tool here now. Get into some of these hard to reach spots, and we'll be finished. Wonder how that guy's quest is going to get his hot dog. Hopefully it's been successful. Okay. This one's all finished up now too. Do a quick check. Something that I've been forgetting to do. Quick check to make sure that the handle isn't interfering with the rim of the mug. Looks good though. Now this one's all finished. It's got a nice handle on it. It's a good shape, good size. Let's set it off, let it dry. On to the next one. Fancy always goes for lunch about this time. Sure, it was successful. Heck yeah. I actually completely forgot to eat my lunch when you raided me. I brought my lunch down and then I totally forgot about it. It's been sitting here next to me. I guess I should probably eat some of that too, huh? Vinyl on the Brain, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope that you're having a great day. Still warm, we're okay. We'll mix it up a little bit. Have a couple bites. And then get right back to the pottery. Hi there, Ohio fam. Are you from Ohio also? That's pretty cool. I don't think I've talked to a single person on here yet who is also from Ohio. Very cool. Maybe someday we'll meet in person at like a market or the Renaissance Festival. We're hoping to start selling there too. How cool would that be? Wiggy241 followed also. Hey, thank you. And I appreciate it. I hope that you're also having a good day. Okay. Okay, I don't want to eat too much on the stream, so don't worry, I'll get right back at it. Leo Thora, you've got to go and get some food. Hope to catch me soon. I sure hope so. I'll be following and tuning in. I hope that you have a great day. I really appreciate the raid and I appreciate the follow. Have a great day. You're down by Marietta. Is that south? Is that southern Ohio? The name of the town is familiar, but I'm not 100% sure as to where it's at. Bye. Have a good day. Much love. Okay. Let's get these stuck on. And then we'll check and make sure that we are centered. Which is always the most important thing when it comes to pottery. Working with anything to do with pottery. You want to make sure that you're nice and centered. Down by Marietta, huh? My wife and I, we live a little ways outside of Dayton. Dayton, Ohio. Vinyl on the Brain gave me a shout out to 15 viewers. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Super cool. All kinds of things are happening. It's kind of funny when I went to go get my lunch, I stopped and talked to my wife because she's working upstairs. stopped to talk to my wife, and I was like, yeah, the stream's been a little quiet today. I've had like 1 or 2 regulars in, but that's it, really. And now all of a sudden, we're popping off. Crazy. SGOTW followed. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Hope that you're having a great day. Okay. Got our little clay pats on. Nice and centered. Start trimming this one up. Ash, hello. Glad of you to stop in and chat. How are you? More like irregulars. No. You're a regular in my book. Okay. Outside's looking nice. It's matching the curve of the mug pretty well. Let's move on, start working on the bottom. You're doing well? Heck yeah. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I'm a little curious. What are the letters in your name stand for? Is it an acronym for something? I would love to know. Get to know you a little better. Okay, we're nice and flat on the bottom now. Start removing some more material, really start to carve it out. Okay, it's going well. Need to go a little bit deeper. Need to go a little bit deeper with it. Have a more pronounced foot. The deeper you go, the more pronounced your foot will be on whatever piece you're working on. Okay, there we go. It means many things. Over the world, on the way, only the weird octopus training wolves. Okay. Kind of means whatever you want it to mean, huh? That's pretty funny. Do you have something that you prefer it to mean? There's got to be one of those that you prefer over the others. Okay. This one's looking pretty nice. I'm just going to use my nail. Smooth over some of these edges here. Break the edge, make sure it's not sharp. And then we can move on to getting our handle on. That's the exciting bit. You use over the world the most. Okay, very cool. Very cool. I like it. As much as I like octopus training wolves, I'll stick to calling it, I'll stick to referring to it as over the world. just for you. Okay. Let's check to see if we're flat. There's a tiny bit of a wobble, maybe. Just a tiny one, though. Let's try to knock it down real quick. Okay. Let's check that. Oh yeah. Dead flat now. Feels good. Really often there's just a little tiny spot that is sitting just a bit more proud of everything else on the foot. Okay. What color do we want to make this one? Which of our glazes do we want to use? We've got Misty Morning, Misty Forest, which is like a green. The morning is like a blue. Misty Sunrise, kind of an orangish red. We've got Cobalt, which is a blue. We've got Pink. We've got Ivory, which is white. And we've also got a Blurple, which is like a bluish purple. And then we've got combinations of all those also. What color should we make it? Yellow, the Misty Sunrise? Alright. First come, first serve. You were the first one to say it. Which is number 3. There we go. Nice. Foot carved out. Got our ID number on there. Let's move on to getting the handle on. Let's see. I like this one. We'll use this one. 3's your lucky number. Is it really? That's pretty cool. What about it makes it your lucky number? Got it nice and smoothed out. I can tell just by looking at it that it's still a bit long. So let's trim it up a little bit. Ooh, that's still a bit too long. We'll trim it up a little bit more. Then we should be able to get it stuck on. You don't know, you just chose it one day and it's done, and it's done for you. Okay, okay. Hey, fair enough. I like it. It just sounded good to you, so you rolled with it. I like it. Okay, that looks a lot nicer. It's a lot nicer size for the height of the mug, so we'll go with that. Okay. Got it marked where it's going on our mug. Now let's get it scored. Okay. Finish with our mug there. Do the same to our handle. Okay. A couple of deeper grooves just to make sure we've got nice holding power. There we go. Boom. 10 out of 10 is the score. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Hell yeah. He shoots, he scores. Okay. First apply our slip to our mug here. Make sure we work it in nice and thoroughly. Do the same to our handle. Okay. All right. Let's get it stuck on now. Seems good. Seems good. Just gonna go ahead and smooth out everywhere that our slip has oozed out a little bit. Make sure that our handle is nice and incorporated to our mug. Make sure it's nice and strong. Because we don't want a weak mug, we want a strong mug. We don't want a mean mug, we want a nice mug. Okay. It's looking good. This one's turning out pretty nice. There's just a little bit in there that I can't reach with my finger. My fingy. So we'll use this tool to reach in there instead. Just like that. You're going to head off. Have a lovely rest of my stream. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it, Carolyn. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. And hopefully I'll see you again on the next stream. It's going to be a little while, since my wife and I are going out on our trip for the next week. But I guarantee that I'll be back. Don't you worry. And I hope to talk to you again then soon. was all finished. It looks pretty nice. Heck yeah. Enjoy the trip. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. And just like that, the chat is quiet again. That was pretty cool, though. That was quite the boom. That was definitely the most active that the chat has ever been. Which is pretty cool. How exciting. Alright. Before I forget, eat a bit more of our lunch here. Hopefully it's not too boring or awkward sitting here watching me eat. And if it is, I'm sorry. But I'm really hungry. Okay. It's our last mug to trim and get the handle on. After this, I'll take a short break, go use the restroom, probably finish eating my lunch here. And then we'll start waxing all of our pieces. We'll get them all nice and waxed up and ready to glaze. Okay. 2 out of 3 on. Let's get this last one stuck on. Okay. Okay, all right. Hey, all right. It's pretty well centered. It could be a little bit better though, so let's see what we can do. Let's try to move it this way. Just slightly, just a hair. Just a touch. Oh yeah, that was the ticket. Heck yeah, that's perfectly centered. perfect. You love to see it. Okay. Start trimming it up now. That looks pretty good. I like that. Okay. Nice and flat on the bottom. Start trimming out, start carving out our foot. Okay. Hey, all right. Okay. Nice and trimmed up there. Get our little pats taken off. Those put away. A little bit of water. Won't be using them again for a while. So we gotta make sure it stays nice and wet, nice and moist during the absence. Okay. Let's see, how flat are we? Dead flat. Feels good. Nice and flat. One of the only times that I like to see my girls nice and flat. Okay. That's a bad joke. Sorry. That's a bad joke. Let's see. Let's go with ivory on this one. Make it nice and white. Okay. Next, we'll pick out a handle. I think we'll go with this one. It's a bit messier. Need to spend a little extra time trying to clean this one up, but this is more of a shape that I like than the other ones. It's got like it's got really nice ridges in it. Nice and curvy over the top of it. Spend a little time just removing and smoothing out some of this extra clay here and there. A little extra time, a little extra effort can go a long way. Next step, moving on. We gotta trim it up a little bit. It's a bit too long. Let's see how we're looking now. That looks pretty nice to me. It's a nice size for the mug. Let's mark it and get it on here. Okay. Here's our mug. There's our handle. A couple of deeper grooves just to make sure. Okay. Okay, let's grab our slip. Ugh. I keep forgetting that I tighten the lid too much. I'm too strong. Okay. Okay. Handle nice and slippy. Now, let's stick it on here. Okay, just smoothing everything out now. Cleaning it up a little bit, making sure that everything looks nice. It's gotta look nice. If it doesn't look nice, then what's even the point, huh? Okay. It's looking good. You're heading off. Thanks for the stream. Hey, thank you. Have a fun trip. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm glad you stopped in, and I'm glad that you felt comfortable enough to chat and say goodbye. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. I really appreciate you. Thank you. this one's looking pretty good now. Just a little more smoothing out that we need to do. Let's see. And it's maybe a bit crooked. I'm going to try to straighten it out. I don't want to mess with it too much now that we've stuck it on nearly as much as it can be. Don't want to mess with it too much at risk of messing something up. That happens a lot more often than it probably should. Fancy putting your back, you have acquired a hot dog valiantly and made the trek back. Heck yeah. Glad to see it. What all toppings did you get on this hot dog here? What kind of a hot dog is it? It must be a good dog if you were willing to make such a long trek, go on such a quest. Okay, just going into some of these hard to reach spots. My little hand tool here, just trying to smooth everything out a little bit, make it a little bit nicer so it looks nice when it's finished, when it's been glazed and gone through the kiln. Ooh, my hand's starting to shake. I'm getting tired. Okay, just like that. Boom. You also picked up 4 green Jameson glass bottles from the side of the path that were dumped, that are intact, prime real estate to use in your lamp work. Hey, that's pretty cool. Score. Hell yeah, feels good. And you got mustard, ketchup, and relish. They're out of onions. Oh no. Not the onions. Not the onion. That sucks. At least you were still able to get the hot dog and all the other toppings, huh? Okay, we got that mug done. Nice foot on the bottom there. Let's see, catch the light. There it is. Nice foot on the bottom. Nice handle on it. Let's set it off, let it dry. Okay. You're a big fan of onions? Oh man, that sucks. That is truly unfortunate. Looks great. Hell yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. What type of medium is it made with? It is made with stoneware clay. It is a stoneware clay that is called white buff. So it's got like little bits of grit in it, which is like dried and fired clay that gets smashed up into little pieces. It's kind of, it almost makes it gravelly. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, look good? Hell yeah. Absolutely. And if it doesn't, then we'll smash it with a hammer. Okay. So that was all of the pieces that I had to trim and put the handles on. So now we're going to move on to waxing some of the pieces that were bisqued in the kiln last week. Let's see. I need a new tray. Oh, I've been doing ceramics. I've been doing ceramics for the past couple of years now, about 2 years. I've been doing them on and off until about the last month or so. As my wife and I finally felt confident enough with the clay and our business know-how to actually file for to become like an official business and be able to sell stuff in our state. So we're hoping come the next month or so when our lives calm down a little bit, because we've got an out-of-state trip that we're leaving for in the morning. We'll be gone for about a week, but hopefully after that we can start attending some shows, some different markets, that sort of thing, and start selling some stuff and recoup some of the money that we've invested. That's cool, good for me? Hell yeah. Yeah. Tell me more about this hot dog, though. Is it like an all-beef hot dog? Is it a Vienna hot dog? Vienna sausage? Did it come from just like a hot dog stand somewhere? Did you get it from like a nice hot dog restaurant? Those aren't very common. Okay. This is our wax here. In this little container. I'm just gonna shake it up. It's a dying art. It's good to see people keeping it alive. It is, isn't it? It's kind of unfortunate that so many like handmade arts are becoming less and less popular. Especially now with how big like AI stuff is getting. Even though it's not really that great, it's not very good right now, but people are really seeming to turn to that for like creative work, and it's just not the same. It never will be. It's a Sam's Club hot dog. Oh my gosh, is that comparable to like a Costco hot dog? Because Costco hot dog, that shit slaps. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Pretty comparable? Heck yeah. That rules. Love me a good hot dog. My wife is a fiend for hot dogs. She's an absolute fiend for a good sausage, if you know what I mean. Okay. So we've got a wax here. This is just a protective wax that goes onto the bottom of our pieces that have been bisqued. And the purpose for it, the meaning for it, is wherever the wax gets applied, the glaze won't stick. And so I'll grab a piece and I'll show you what I mean. So if I grab this mug here, we're going to put wax all around the foot that's on the bottom of this mug. And that will cause the glaze not to stick to the foot of the mug. That way, when it goes into the kiln and it's sitting on the shelf, when the glaze gets melted by being such a high heat in the kiln, it won't stick itself to the kiln shelf. It really helps to speed up the glazing process by not having to worry about the foot. So we'll just take a little bit of this wax. Get a good amount onto the bottom of our foot, and then we'll do the same to the side of our piece here. And also the inside. We'll do the inside of our foot here. Just like that. Probably should have turned that off before I tried to grab it. But there we go. We got that one nice and waxed up. Now we gotta set it off, let it dry. Your favorite type of hot dog is a Chicago dog. Ooh, Chicago dogs are super good. Have you ever had a Chicago dog in Chicago? My wife and I, we went on a trip to Chicago 3 years ago. It was when I proposed to her, actually. I proposed to her in Chicago. And the hot dogs that we had there, top notch. So good. Is the wax hot? No, it is not. This is a cold wax. No, it is not. This is actually a cold wax. Makes it a lot easier to work with. You live in Illinois? Oh, okay. That probably makes it a bit easier to get out to Chicago then, huh? How convenient. It's a really nice city. We had a really good time there. Okay, here's that one done. Waxing goes pretty quick. There's some pizza that we had when we were out in Chicago also. At a place called Giordano's. Or maybe it's Giordano's? I guess I don't really remember, but it was pretty good. I don't really remember if it was like the place to have pizza there in Chicago. But I do remember liking it quite a bit. On to the next one. Waxing is kind of fun because how quick it is. Makes you feel like you're making a lot of progress, which is always a nice thing. You yourself, you never dabbled in stoneware, but you did a lot of ceramic, porcelain, red clay when you're in 4-H. Oh, 4-H. Okay, very cool. I was never in 4-H personally, but a lot of my friends were back in high school. You did that mainly with your grandma, who was a ceramics teacher. Oh, okay. Kind of an easy in there. Kind of an easy in there then, huh? Your grandmother used to own a ceramics shop a long time ago in Colorado. So you were her assistant and also did the ceramics during the class. Super cool. What were your favorite things to make when you were doing ceramics? Did you like bowls, mugs, plates? Did you have a step of it that you always liked doing more than the rest? My favorites are definitely mugs. I love making mugs, but I hate attaching the handles. Attaching handles is such a pain in the butt. It feels like so much extra work for not a lot of the extra payoff sometimes. She was really knowledgeable and taught you a lot. That's super cool. That's really nice that you were able to have somebody like that in your life. My wife and I, we took a single ceramics class. We didn't have anyone in our family who had ever done anything with ceramics. And so we went into the class kind of blind, and the teacher was okay. The teacher was just fine, I would say. But even with the teacher there, we were kind of on our own for a lot of stuff. How long had your grandmother been doing pottery for that she felt confident enough to like host a class and everything? She must have been extremely good at it. Boom, waxed. You like elaborate figurines and objects with lots of texture because you most enjoyed dry brushing. Oh, very cool. For glazed pieces, you preferred round objects and decorative pieces to showcase the glazes more. Super cool. I do have to say that like seeing the finished pieces but when the glaze has been applied and fired is always the nicest. It's always so exciting to open up the kiln and see how the glaze is turned out. It can be the most exciting bit as well as the most heartbreaking when there was one that you were really looking forward to that ended up turning out like crap. Do we have our own kiln? We do. It's not very big, but it's big enough to get the job done. We're hoping someday, if we can make enough money from making and selling stuff, then hopefully we can upgrade it someday, but as for now, it is good enough. That was something else that took the last 2 years to really get confident with. Because getting any amount of like consistency and reliability out of the kiln was really difficult because it's an old manual kiln. It's not a it didn't have a digital controller on it until I built and added one. And so before that, we were just totally going off of like witness cones and the sitter cone and trying to get, like trying to write down how long the firings were for and like how often we were turning the temperature up. Doing all of that by hand, like writing it down, keeping records to try to build up any amount of consistency. It was really difficult. Recently, though, a few months ago, I found a project online where somebody had designed their own software for like a digital controller using a Raspberry Pi. And I actually had an old Raspberry Pi just lying around, and so I got the different things that I needed for like the thermocouple and breakout board and all the wires and connectors and everything, and figured out how to make it work. And so now our old manual kiln has a nice automatic digital controller on it, which has greatly helped when it comes to consistency and reliability. There's another one. She's been doing it for a long time. Very cool. Unsure the exact precise years. Your grandma has had lots of jobs. Okay, very cool. She used to make ceramic bongs and other ceramic stuff to pay her rent. Her landlord owned the shop that she was hired as an artist. Okay, very cool. She lived upstairs from the shop, so it was basically a live-in job. Then eventually she got enough skill, experience, and know-how to open up her own shop. Super cool. It's pretty wild that she essentially lived at the place that she worked, That's not very common. Not in the States, at least. Maybe back then, in her time, it was a bit more common, but that would definitely help with gaining experience and getting better with it over time. That's really cool. I can only imagine what it would be like to do something like that for that long. She didn't have to pay any rent. Her rent was making stuff and labor, basically. Well, that's kind of nice. That helps out if you're like tight on money then, huh? Doing something like that, living there, definitely makes your work becomes like your life, your lifelong career, that sort of thing. Very cool. can't imagine someone doing that in modern times. Yeah, seems nuts to think about. Yeah, it does. I can't imagine what it would be like to live in some of the places that I used to work. That would be crazy. I think that type of thing is really common in like smaller countries and like foreign countries throughout the world. A lot of families, like especially with like families that own restaurants, a lot of people will like live in the back of the restaurant or like up above if there's a second floor to the restaurant. But definitely not very common in the States. Okay, we are flying through these pieces. The wax is going on really well. Nice, quick, and easy. Hard to complain. There's another one there. Can be more tied to cultural stuff in other countries. Yeah, it does seem like it's a lot more common in other countries, especially like especially countries where there's a lot of people, like in like China or in India, something like that, where like housing is going to be really scarce. And so if you have a building already, someplace that has the extra room to live in, then it's kind of a no-brainer. You haven't yourself done ceramics in quite a while. You really enjoyed it, though. Maybe you should pick it back up sometime. Who knows? Maybe it'll rekindle a passion that you had forgotten about. Is your grandmother still around? Is she still teaching, or maybe not? You have far too many hobbies as it is. Your passion is lamp work. Heck yeah. That's kind of how I was for a long time. Before I finally like settled on pottery as like my main hobby, my main passion. I feel like I've done everything in life at one time or another. You like firing with gold and pearl a lot. Pearl, that's cool. Have you dabbled with that much? I have not. Do you mean like literal gold? Not just like the color of a glaze, but like actual gold? Because I haven't done anything like that. That would be really cool. I've got a gold glaze, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. Rimmer's still alive, but she hasn't taught since you finished 4-H. Okay. Interesting. Well, I'm glad that she's still around. Glad that she's still around. That's some good news. And literal gold and pearl. I haven't done anything like that. That would be really cool, though. I'll have to check that out and look into it. See what that's like. Is that something that you did with your grandmother, then? Did she show you and teach you how to do that? It's very fun. You have to use a low firing or else it burns off for both. That makes sense, because you wouldn't want to fire it too high and almost like burn it, you know? Almost burn it off or heat it up to the point where it's going to melt and boil off. Sounds really interesting, though. I wonder if you would have to... I wonder if you would want to, like, mainly do that sort of thing on, like, earthenware clay, then, instead of stoneware? Or else you would have to fire it to a higher temperature, and then do the gold, and then put it back into the kiln. I wonder. It always goes on top of the glaze. Okay. Does it go on top of the glaze before the glaze firing? Or after the glaze has been fired? What's the process like? What you could do is fire the piece, then put the glaze, fire the glaze, then put the gold on and do the last firing. I see, I get it. So it maybe just adds an extra little step to the firing process, but if it looks really cool, turns out really well, I'd say it's definitely worth it. You would typically do it after. You could do it before if you're careful. Yeah, it's probably a bit riskier to do it beforehand, though, isn't it? It's probably more difficult to get it to turn out well. There we go. There's another one done. If the underglaze gets too hot, it will mess with how the gold fires and make it murky. Ooh, that's no good. How, is this done with, like, gold leaf? Or what kind of gold do you use to do it? And is there a specific type of gold that you need to use? grabbing some. Just trying to grab a few at once. That way I'm not going back and forth as much. There we go. Used to like doing unicorn horns and dragon claws. That sounds pretty cool. And it's liquid, not gold leaf. I see. Okay, okay. I suppose that makes more sense. It's probably a lot easier to apply it when it's liquid based. If you've never tried it with gold leaf, it's pretty thin, so you're not sure how it would do. It's a special liquid gold and liquid pearl that you paint on. Very cool. So it's almost like an underglaze. Interesting. It's typically blue or green. When it fires, it changes. They color it so you can see it easier. Interesting. Very cool. I will have to look into this. I had no idea that that was even a thing. Sounds really cool though. It'll be great for decorating pieces like what you were saying with like your figurines and that sort of thing. It'd be really cool to use it to like decorate the rim of a mug or a bowl, or maybe like the handle of a mug. Just like a little something extra to draw in the eye. That sounds really cool. Now you've got me thinking about all the different ways that I would use it to like decorate things and make it look cool. You can do that pretty easily. Lots of people do that. Heck yeah. I will definitely have to look into this. Sounds really cool. That's definitely a great way to add a little more character to a piece. What is the pearl like then? Is the pearl just like a, is it shiny? Or is it more matte? I wonder. You used to like showing the different ways that you could use gold on a piece to showcase it. You once made a sea dragon with normal glazes, then with pearl on the pearls, and the gold of the dragon's claws and teeth. Then the dragon itself you left bare and did acrylic dry brushing and wet brushing. It was really nice. That sounds really cool. So you're doing more of like the decorative type of ceramics. I haven't ventured much out of the functional pieces, like like dishware and that sort of thing. I have done a little bit of decorative stuff with making these little flowers by hand. I made some of those, and I've made some little different figurines. I made some little mushroom guys and put glaze on their little caps. That was pretty cool. But I usually stick more to functional pieces. This is just what I'm most comfortable with. But maybe I need to break out of my mold a little bit. Oh no, it broke. It broke after falling, which devastated you. Oh no. You had all your dragons on that shelf and every one of them broke. No. That is terrible. That must have been heartbreaking. You did decorative for fair entries, and for your personal pieces, you did a lot of everything. Okay, fair enough. Get it? Haha, fair enough. Haha. It's a bad joke. Don't laugh at that. Have I ever tried horsehair? I have not. What is that like? Do you use literal horsehairs? But it's a bad joke. It does not deserve a but Okay. Got a little bit of drippage going down the side here. I'm going to try to get the paper towel wet and try to catch that. And that way we don't end up with a streak in our glaze. Because that would kind of suck. We don't want any streaks. As you use horsehair, while it's being fired, you throw it onto either the glaze's piece or the underglaze, and it burns onto it and creates dark lines and patterns. Ooh, that's cool. That sounds interesting. I can imagine a lot of applications for that. That's really interesting. I'll have to I'll have to look more into these techniques and styles that you're teaching me about. So those would be some really cool ways to add a bit more character, a bit more interesting things to my pieces. How much horsehair do you use? Is it just like a single hair is enough, or do you need to use quite a bit in order to get it to come through? You can also place the horsehair beforehand and tack it down to create images because it burns in. Well, that's really cool. So you can like purposely place it in order to create different effects, and almost like you're painting something on or like drawing something on. That's really cool. Okay. Okay. Let's keep going. We've only got a few more mugs and bowls to wax after this, and then I've got a bunch of flowers that I need to dip the handles on. And I've got a couple other odds and ends here and there that I'll need to wax. But we're making good progress. Yep, okay. Very cool. That sounds really cool. I've seen some different techniques for getting like unique patterns in your pieces. Like a lot of people use like porcupine quills or some other like fine instrument like that. And they like scratch away at the glaze, and then wherever the glaze isn't, it will create a neat little effect. You'll be able to see where you scratched away at the glaze. That's really common. Pretty cool. We had a little more runnage here. Just trying to wipe it and clear it off. After it dries a little bit, I might have to attend to that again, but we'll see. Okay. You've done that before. It's what traditional Native American artists used for finer details. Very cool. Hey, see, I didn't know about that. I knew about the technique. I didn't know it was like a Native American technique. How cool. You're teaching me all kinds of stuff. You're teaching me all kinds of stuff. The student has become the teacher. grab some more. Getting close to the end here. What are some of your other techniques that you have liked to use in the past? That's where the ceramic technique originated from. The Native American tribes, by your home, which are home to the Dine people, have been using those techniques for a very long time. Super cool. You're from New Mexico and you live in Illinois. What brought you all the way up north? That's a pretty far move. That's a little bit better. Danae. I see, okay. It's sort of hard to know how to pronounce things right off the bat, so I appreciate the help. It's something that I'm always kind of nervous about. Because I don't want to, like, offend anybody by, like, mispronouncing things. But if you don't know, then you don't know. Unfortunately. Or more like Danae. Neigh, like a horse. Like a horse hair. Oh my gosh. We've come full circle. Just a handful of things left now. As far as our bowls and our mugs go, at least. That's really cool that the some of these older techniques and traditions are still being passed down. It's always a shame when stuff like that gets lost to time or just fades out over time. Super cool. Your husband is from Illinois. The economy is better there. And also there's less crime and people are more accepting. It's chill here. Hell yeah. All good things. I'm glad that you're liking it more there. It's always good to be somewhere where people are accepting. Man, I dropped my brush. Heck. Okay. Yeah, it's cool. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'm glad that you're happier. Happiness is what it's all about. A lot of people wonder what the meaning of life is. It's all about being happy. As for techniques, you enjoyed wet carving, taking a bowl out of a cast early to then change its shape. Ooh, that sounds cool. And carve directly into it and create textures and images was a lot of fun. That's really cool. So like you would put it into like a plaster mold. You would cast it in a plaster mold, but take it out early. That way it's still wet and you can warp it and change it. Alright, lots bowls and mugs, and then we got some random odds and ends here and there. You didn't excuse me, you didn't dabble with it too much, but you can also get copper and silver like you can with the gold and fire that as well. Yes, that's what we did. Very cool. How do you get it to release from the mold early? A lot of the time they won't release, like the clay won't release from the plaster until it's like sufficiently dry. Do you have to like coat it with some kind of like quick release material or something like that? You have to time it right. It's all about timing. Okay. So you gotta get it when it's still wet, but dry enough to release from the mold. I see. all about timing. Isn't so much of pottery just all about timing? It's all about timing, and it's all about things being wet enough or dry enough or somewhere in between. It's one of the interesting and one of the most pain in the butt things about pottery. It's hard to explain. You can tell when it's too late or too early if you do it for long enough. Oh, I'm sure that it gets easier the more that you've done it. So much of ceramics is just doing things by feel or by instinct, almost like muscle memory. And I'm sure that that's no different. It's our last bowl here. We already finished up all the mugs. So, set these to the side and move on to our odds and ends. Got a bunch of these flowers to glaze as well. So we'll grab some of these. Okay, one more. Okay, all right. Have you made yourself a Discord for your Twitch channel yet? I have not. I have thought about it though. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Is that something that you would be interested in? Because if there's a demand for it, then absolutely I will do that. Mix up our wax a bit here. Make sure it's still nice and consistent. Most definitely. Okay. Well then, I will get right on that then. I'm not sure when I'll have it up are done by with us going on our trip for this next week, but I will make it a priority. Okay. I'm just going to take our flowers here, dip the handles in, and that's all that they need. What kind of things on a Discord channel would you be interested in? Are these bee sippers? They absolutely are. You nailed it. Wow, I'm very surprised. People do not usually realize what these are. Everyone seems to always think that they're like those, the like Middle Eastern, like, little gourd things that you like bury in the ground so that you can water your plants and stuff from underneath. No one has ever guessed that they were for the bees. I'm very surprised. Very impressive. But yeah, when it comes to a Discord channel, what would you be interested in? What kind of like rooms and channels should I have on it? Just like a general discussion maybe, or maybe like somewhere that people could like share their art? That'd be kind of cool. Share art that they've made personally with other artsy people. Okay, set these guys off. On to the next batch. You love bees, hell yeah. Love the bees. Always doing anything we can to help out the bees. You've been wanting to make some with lamp work. I see. Very cool. Anything to help out the bees. Seems like they need as much help as they can get. We've all got to do our parts. Okay, let's see. Let's see what you'd be interested in here. A channel for general, channel for sharing art. Okay. Channel for ceramic tips. That would be good. A channel for me to post pictures of my art. Okay. Those are some good suggestions. I'll make a note of it. You know what? Even better, I'll take a picture of it with my phone. Make sure I don't forget. Where is my phone? It's in my pocket. Boom, got it. Now I won't forget. If you think of any other ideas, you just pop them in the chat there. I am open to any and all suggestions. Finish with the second one here now, the second batch. Let's move on to our third. What about like a gaming discussion channel? Since we're on Twitch, I'd imagine that most people on here are interested in gaming in one way or another. What about that? I've had a couple people ask me to do like Let's Plays and that kind of thing. To play games on either like the YouTube channel or something like that. It does make me curious how much of a demand there might be for that sort of thing. Let's give it a good mix again, shall we? Oops, skipped one here. Could make a channel for it if you think there might be a demand for it. Yeah, I've definitely been thinking about it. My wife and I, we both play games pretty often, so it'd be kind of neat to make some extra content by doing something that we both enjoy. You've been playing a game called Mugenics. It's really fun. Heck yeah. I actually just watched one of the channels that I watch on YouTube. They just had a Let's Play of it where they had the creator of it, the creator of Mugenics, on, and he played it with them. A channel called Oni Plays. They can be kind of crazy, but they're pretty fun to watch. This is a really cool game, though. I like all the little bits and pieces that you can do. There's a lot of mechanics to it, which is really cool. Okay, another batch done. Let's set it off. A plant wild animal section could be fun. With your bee sippers, you could post photos of them in action. Heck yeah, that could be really cool. See, I hadn't thought of something like that. That would be really neat, though. The creator's a pretty rad guy. He seemed like it. I don't know much about him, like, personally or anything like that, but seems like a really cool guy. You're a fan of roguelike and roguelite games. Okay, those are always fun. And a fan of tactic games, and you love cats. And also dark humor, so it hits a lot of points for me. Heck yeah. Yeah, that sounds like it's really right up your alley then, huh? I have to say roguelikes are one of my favorite types of games to play. It's cool how popular they've gotten. For a long time they weren't like as popular of a genre, but within like the last like 5 or 6, maybe 7 years, they've really blown up. Now they're everywhere. You're into a lot of stuff, so it's not hard to please me. Well, that's good. That's probably why you're here, huh? Very cool. What kind of, what other games do you like? You like your Mugenics, and you like your roguelites, and tactic games. What other games? What was your favorite game? What would you say is your favorite of all time? Okay, let's see. Let's take a break. You've been playing roguelikes for a long time, but seeing a resurgence of lots of them is not friendly to your wallet. It does make it kind of tough, huh? It's cool that they're become like so popular, but at the same time, there are a lot of good ones out there. It's good and bad. Your favorite retro game is Galaga. I'm more of a, is it? No, Galaga is the one that I like. Galaxar is one that's very similar. But I'm not as into Galaxar as I am Galaga. Galaga is way better. Your favorite tactics game is Dave the Diver? Whoops, you meant your favorite roguelike game is Dave the Diver. Heck yeah, my wife loves playing Dave the Diver. She hasn't played it in a little while, but she's always been talking about going back to it. It's one of her favorites. Great game. Okay, I've got some odds and ends here, and I'm not really 100% sure how I'm going to glaze fire yet. I've got these potatoes that I slip cast, and I've got like little eggs too. I'm not sure how I'm going to fire these yet. But these eggs, some of them I broke them on purpose. My sister was asking if I could make like little, like, almost like dinosaur eggs or like little lizard eggs so that she could feed her lizards out of them. So these ones have a flat bottom on them, which is how I'm gonna fire them. Potatoes, though, they don't have a flat bottom. They just got a hole on the bottom. I'm not really sure. I might make something, some kind of like stilt that maybe like goes inside and holds it up from the inside. I don't know. I haven't thought that one through yet. Favorite tactics game is Fire Emblem game, or Fire Emblem 6. Heck yeah, very cool. One of my wife's favorite games is Fire Emblem Tactics. That is one of her favorites. A potato's cute like the potato? Hell yeah. My wife and I found the mold for that potato at like a big like slip casting mold sale that was going on. Most other people had beaten us to like all the good molds, but we found these eggs and we found the potatoes there. And we're glad we did. We initially went to try to get slip casting molds for like mugs and that sort of thing, but other people beat us to them. But not the potato. They missed the potato, those fools. Make a hangable potato. What do you mean a hangable potato? Like almost like a Christmas ornament decoration where it'd have like a little hanger on it that you could like hang on something, or maybe like something that goes in here to like hang it up in the kiln, kind of like that maybe. What do you mean? Describe it a little more. The Vine reference, that's great. My wife and I are always singing that to each other. Maybe not, okay. Maybe not always, but it is in our like regular rotation of like stupid, silly things to say to each other. A potato flew around my room before you came. The second way, sideways potato action like this, that might be the best way to do it, huh? Almost just like make a little hook to hang it on. That might be the best way. Thank you. I appreciate it. Because I was really starting to think that like making a stilt to go on the inside was going to be the best way. I really wasn't sure. But that would work. That would work pretty well. Good thinking. Okay. Got those done. Molds are expensive, and the older they get without being used, the worse it is on them as well. Yeah, molds are like really expensive. This the sale that we found, we were lucky enough to have found it when they still had like a decent amount of molds left, and they were selling all of the molds for only $1 a piece. So we picked up like 20 different ones for only $1 each, which is pretty dang good. Fortunately, there's only been a couple molds that we've like really liked to use out of them. The eggs and the potatoes being like the main ones. There's like a couple like planer pots that we got too, but we haven't really fallen in love with anything other than the eggs and the potatoes. Here's some little cat dishes that I made. It's like little plates in the shape of cats. Pretty cute. Just gonna wax the bottom, make sure that no glaze gets stuck to the bottom so that they don't get stuck to the kiln shelf, because that would suck. If it's hanging with the hole towards the top, no one's gonna see the top anyway. Only a flying potato. Hell yeah. Good thinking. Good thinking. Your grandma would be proud. Plus, if you really wanted to, you could glaze the inside and turn it into a hanging vase, with the hole being the part you put the flowers in or something. That's not a bad idea. I hadn't really thought about doing anything like that with them, but that's not a bad idea. Too bad it's not like big enough to be able to like grow actual potatoes in. That would be cool. A potato pot that looks like a potato. That'd be a big mold. Yeah. Another little kitty. Meow, meow, meow. We got this big chubby guy. Boom. Looks like Pusheen. It does, kinda. I actually made these after, I like modeled them after our 3 cats that my wife and I have. We have like a really skinny guy who's always loafing. That's this guy. We have the big, fat, fluffy guy. And then we've got the sort of like in-between orange who's always causing trouble. Always causing mischief. That orange is always up to no good. So kawaii. Hell yeah, absolutely. Alright. Let's see. I just found this. I have one more mug to do, actually. It was sitting on my table over here. After we wax the bottom of this one, I honestly don't know what we'll do next, so I might actually end the stream a little bit early today. About an hour early, but don't really have anything else to do. Not for now, at least. Okay. Heck, let's see. Let's see if I can figure out something else to do. I can wax the bottom of this one. This is one that I've been meaning to glaze for a while now. I've just been too worried about messing it up. It's a little elephant. It's a little mug that my wife made look like an elephant with the dual handles. I've been a bit too worried to glaze it because I don't want to mess it up. Okay. Boom. Done. Reminds me of those retro sippy cups from back in the day. It is, isn't it? It really looks like one of those. How silly. All right. I don't really have anything else to do. Oh, no, I just saw something. Before my wife and I go out of town again, before we go out of town for the week, I can cast another set of potatoes and eggs since these are ready to be casted again. So I can get these ready and then crack them open later tonight when they are ready to open up and let them dry while we're gone. Okay, got our potato, and we got our eggs. Eggs need to be cleaned up a little bit. Potato, not so much. Potato looks fine. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's clean these up. Am I a One Piece fan? Is that what I think that purple thing is in the back? Absolutely it is. That is the Gummo Gummo no Mi. Gum Gum fruit. I am absolutely a One Piece fan. I have been ever since I was a little kid. It's my absolute favorite anime. Are you a One Piece fan? I guess you have to be if you recognized it. That half of our eggs is looking pretty good. Let's check this half now. It's also looking pretty good. Heck yeah, you haven't watched all of it, but you've seen some arcs on Toonami back in the day. Wow, the throwback. Back in the day when you had cable and your first anime was Inuyasha. Heck, I feel like everyone's first anime was Inuyasha. It was either Inuyasha or it was like Dragon Ball Z. Something like that. Because they played on Toonami and on like Adult Swim after hours. Hell yeah. Super cool. You're the first person to recognize it back there. I've had some people ask about it, but they didn't know what it was. Okay. Oh, there we go. I knew that I had specific bands set out for these, but I didn't know where they were. You have an astute eye sometimes. Heck yeah. You picked it out from the back, from the darkness. Inuyasha is great, though. My wife and I, we've actually been meaning to rewatch Inuyasha. Neither of us have seen it all the way through in a while. So it's been on our list. Our list of rewatches that we need to do. You not rub any sponges over the molds to pick up the dust before pouring. I don't. That's probably a good idea, though. I use my molds so often that I haven't really had any problems with anything like that. Because I use them once every other day. So they don't normally sit for very long in between uses, but they have sat over the weekend this time. So I suppose I could wipe them out real quick. Not a bad idea. Better safe than sorry, huh? There, I did it. You happy? Teasing. Okay. Ow. Just hit my elbow. Okay. Got this band on here. Let's wiggle it forward just a little bit. So fresh, so clean. Hell yeah. Better safe than sorry, I suppose. Okay. Got the band on that side. Let's get our other one on here. That one's a bit looser than the other one. A bit easier to work with. Okay. Last band going on. Boom. Okay, let's get our slip mixed up. It's been sitting for a little while. Not like a long while, but it's been sitting over the weekend. So, definitely needs a good mix. Cleaning the pores of the inner part of the mold where it touches the slip to make sure they're open helps with the curing as it's able to absorb evenly. Oh, good to know. Very cool. You're teaching me all kinds of things today. I am in no way an expert or a professional when it comes to pottery, so I'll take all the tips and hints and help I can get. I'm actually relatively new to slip casting. I've only been doing it like the last month or so. Before then, everything was just hand building or throwing on the wheel. Slip casting, one of the like main things that you did when you were doing ceramics with your grandmother. Okay. You're not either. You just have a lot of knowledge that you enjoy sharing. Hope it's hope it's not bothersome. You don't want to come across as you telling me what to do. No, absolutely not. I will take all of the advice and knowledge that I can get. I am fully aware that there is still more than a lot that I don't know about. Fully aware. Okay. Our slip here. Let's start with our potato. Ooh, she thirsty. There we go. Move on to our eggs. First one there. You enjoy learning new things? Heck yeah. Always fun to learn something new. Like I said, I've only been doing slip casting for like a month or so. So there is plenty that I still don't know about it. I am still very much an amateur at it. I don't have one of the like big nice slip machines. So I just got this little bucket. A little bucket and a little pour. That's it. Okay. Okay. Alright, so we've got those in. We need to wait for about 13-ish minutes. So when it is 4:06, and we can dump these out. Ooh, they're thirsty. Let's top them off. Keep an eye on them while they start sucking up all this water. If you ran into trouble with bubbles or any casting issues like that in your pieces, no, actually, I haven't run into any problems. When I first mixed up the slip, because I mixed it up from a dry powder, I left it sit overnight. That way, I would hopefully let any like air bubbles, anything like that, work its way out. And then each time that I've mixed it up since, I've only mixed it up with the little spoon that I just used. And I try not to like work like a lot of air into it or anything like that. So I haven't run into any troubles with bubbles. And nothing else really. I know that you're supposed to move it around while you pour it, or else you'll get like hot spots. I don't really know why, but you can end up getting like discoloration on the surface of your piece. But other than that, there hasn't really been much to it, to be honest. It seems pretty simple and straightforward, but I'm sure that there's a lot of like little intricacies, little like bits and pieces that would be beneficial to know. If you want to get into the nooks and crannies, you can generally pick them up and rotate them to ensure there are less bubbles. Oh, I see. Maybe I haven't really had a lot of trouble with it since the eggs and the potato are like so straightforward. Like there's not really much to them. They're just like little spheres, little balls. Well, that's smart. I'll do that for sure. Take a little potato and give it a quick little wiggle. Who doesn't like a quick wiggle? There we go. Hell yeah, thank you. About 10 minutes left. I guess we can maybe clean up a little bit while we wait. There's a slip technique where you can make really, really thin slip, do multiple thin pours, and each layer you color the slip. Then once it's cured, you can carve into it to reveal the thin layers and make patterns. I have heard of that. I've seen people do that same sort of thing with like masonry stains, and then they like knead the clay together, but they don't knead it to the point where it fully mixes with one another. And so then you can like carve away from it, and it makes like the really cool, like almost like it reminds me of like tie-dye almost. Obviously not the same, but it's kind of similar. It's very cool. I haven't seen anyone do it with slip though. That's really neat. I'm sure that takes a lot of practice, a lot of like experimenting to get right with how time sensitive slip casting is. It's difficult to perform and do because you have to make sure not to obscure the hole. It's also essential to make sure no bubbles get trapped, so knocking it gently and pouring smoothly is key. Ah, I can see how important that would be. Bubbles would definitely be a problem in doing something like that, huh? Very cool. Okay, let's set some of these off to the side. So we still got some time. Still got some time, might as well make the most of it, huh? Ooh, yeah. It's fun though? Oh, I'm sure. Only time bubbles are an issue is if they get caught in between the layers, the piece will blow up. Yes. You don't want any air bubbles. No air bubbles, no air pockets, and no moisture. All those are bad news. Okay. About 6 minutes left. There, let's see. Okay, this will be the last time that I top them off. So I don't want to keep adding a bunch of water to them. The eggs are fine. It's fun to make stuff blow up on purpose. You can make some neat things that way. That's pretty silly. I've never done it on purpose. I have had it happen a couple times on accident, and I was very sad when it happened. It would be kind of fun to do it on purpose, though. Alright. Now only about 4 minutes. Ooh. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Makes me very impatient. Like I just want to pour them out. I just want to pour them out and move on. hear one of my cats just outside the door. I'm gonna see if I can go grab them. I'll bring them and show them. Like a little show and tell. Man, he ran away from me. That mean guy. I bent over to pick him up. He stiffed my hand and then he ran. Little jerk. Little tease. It didn't help that it was the, out of our 3 guys, he is the most skittish and the quickest to run at any given time. He's a pretty silly guy. Typical cat. Yeah. The other 2, our other 2 guys, they will almost always just let you pick them up and do whatever you want with them. But that guy in particular, he is very skittish and does not like to be picked up. Okay, these are looking pretty good. They're definitely slowing down as far as absorbing moisture. The level of the slip at the top isn't dropping nearly as fast as it was before. So that's good. Good sign. Okay, about 2 minutes. Which one was it? Show my cat diagram. Alright. It was this guy. It was the little skinny guy. He is by far the most skittish. Which is pretty unfortunate. It was kind of unlikely that it would be him, but alas, it was. If it was either of the other 2, would have been no problem. About 1 minute. Mr. Loaf. Absolutely. He's the one that is usually loafing out of the 3. He's either loafing or he's posed to run. It's always one of the 2. Okay. Our eggs, we'll let those sit just a little bit longer since our potato is what we poured first. Just start dumping them out. Okay, we've got most of the clay, most of the slip out of the potato now. So I'm gonna hit pause on that real quick, grab our eggs and let those start draining. The eggs are nice. The mold for the eggs is nice because it's wide enough that it actually fits over the bucket. So I can just sit it on top of the bucket and let it go. The eggs, or the potato, not so much. I have to hold this one. The eggs are also annoying in their own way though, because a lot of times the little inlet hole for the mold is small enough that really often a little bubble will form and it'll like severely impede the slip from flowing out. So pretty often I have to go in and pop the bubble to let it keep draining. It's very annoying. Okay, potatoes good. Eggs. Being a pain, like usual. Let's see. There we go. Try to open them up a little bit. That's a bit better. Now it's actually flowing. Instead of just sputtering. Munami followed me. Hey. Thank you, Munami. I appreciate it. I hope that you're having a great day. How are you? Okay. These are doing pretty good. It's flowing nice and smoothly now. Nice and smoothly. So, while those eggs are draining, let's grab our potato here, clean it up a little bit. Let's just clean it up a bit. Eggs are still flowing. It's gonna take a little bit, so we'll grab one of our wooden knives here and just start cleaning out the spout. Cleaning out the spout on this here potato. Okay, looking pretty good here. This one could use smoothing out just a little bit. So let's go in with our little fingy here. Try to smooth that edge out. Make sure it's not sharp or anything. Okay, that one is done. Gotta let it sit for about 3.5 hours now. And then later tonight, I'll crack it open. And, oh, it looked like a potato. It's a potato hole instead of a potato. Perfect. It absolutely is. Okay. Our eggs have drained out now, so let's do the same thing with them. And just clean it up a little bit. Going with the end of our wooden knife here. And just try to clean it up. Okay. First one's looking pretty good. Let's move on to this one here. Okay. Seems good. Last one now. Okay. Alrighty then. Just do a quick double check. Make sure that there's no slip hanging out in there still. No, I think we're good. Heck yeah. Let's try to collect some of the scrap from our board here before it gets lost to the annals of time. Alright, I'm just going to go in and smooth out the holes of them here now. Make sure there's no sharp bits in there. And then I think this is the last thing we'll be doing today. I had planned on stopping before this, and then I remembered that we could do this today. But other than this, I really can't think of anything else. I can't really get into any, like, throwing of anything on the wheel because we'll be gone for the next week. Going on our trip, so I won't be here to catch it if it dries. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here today. Going on vacation? Kind of, yeah. My wife, she recently finished her MBA, her Master's in Business Administration, and since she went to an online school, they have their commencement ceremonies like at different places all over the country, and this one that we're going to is down in New Orleans, and so we're going on a little trip down to New Orleans. I won't be back till next week. Won't be back to streaming till next week. So yeah, I'm sorry that I'm gonna be gone as soon as you found me, but hopefully I get to see you again, and I'll be right back to streaming as soon as I get back, and hopefully we can talk some more then. Alright? Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here then. Tell her congratulations. You hope that you two enjoy yourselves. Oh, we absolutely will. Heck yeah. I appreciate it. Have a great day, and I'll see you next time.